Okie dokie. So doing the ugly Christmas sweater quilt today. Today is the embroidery day, and I'm gonna kind of just go over what I have going on. I didn't really, because we didn't do live from here yesterday, I didn't really get to go over like the kit and everything with you for those who happen to have purchased it. So I am gonna do that really quick. Just to kind of explain what you guys all need, especially if you're doing this on your own with your own fabrics and stuff. So the actual design has 12 blocks. However, I shortened this class to just 9. So I don't have exactly the same fabric requirements as it does on the design pack. So just so that you know. All right, so we have this like, can you see this? Yep. Okay, so we have like this peacock color. This is going to be for binding. There's enough to be able to cut 2.5-inch strips, unless you want to make them smaller, but you would need to cut 5 strips out of this fabric. This is for your cornerstones. This needs to be 2.5-inch squares, and it is, I think there's 16 of those. This here will be for sashing. This is going to need to be 2.5 by 10.5. And there is enough in there so that you can change it directionally. And you would need 12 going horizontally and 12 going vertically. There are 2 cuts of this one here. This is going to be for the borders of the whole quilt. There's a vertical and a horizontal, and you would need horizontally, you would need a piece that is 2 pieces that are 4.5 inches by 47. And then on the vertical pieces, you would need them to be 4.5 inches by 50. Well, hello, Mona. Okay. And then there is the adorable, which kind of almost started this whole shebang. This really cute, ugly sweater print fabric. These are going to be our blocks that we are going to not embroider on. However, if you want to quilt them before we get it pieced together, I think that would be really cute. And so you're from here, you're going to need 4 12-inch 10.5, 4 10.5-inch blocks. And then we have our white. So this is going to be our background for our embroidery. And these, out of this one, you're going to need 5 12-inch blocks. And then after we embroider them, they'll be cut down to the 10.5 as well. Okay. Along with the kit, if you happen to have bought that, you get kind of like an embellishment kit. So the blue here is going to be for one sweater. The white with the polka dots is going to be for one sweater. The red is for another, and then you have red and blue felt, which are going to be for their own, plus some glitters, and I'll go over that as we sew. Okay, so really what all you need prepped for today was the 12-inch squares for your embroidery, and having it prepped, as in like spraying it with some Terrio Magic and fusing some either SF101 or Ultra Soft to the back. A lot of these sweaters are pretty stitch intensive. There's a lot of decoration. There's a lot of just stitching in general. So I would definitely make sure that you have really some really good preparation on those for that. And I'm going to move over to the machine now. Well, hello, Tracy. So all I really just did was kind of go over what was in the kit and what each piece of fabric is for. Really all you're gonna need for today is the white fabric, and that needed to have been cut to 12-inch squares. You'll need 4 of those for the 5 of those for the quilt of the 12-inch white squares, and that's what we're gonna be using for our embroidery. So I did, like I said, I did kind of put together an embellishment kit. It's going to be kind of specific, though I think for most of it, it could work for any of the sweaters. There might just be a little bit more fudging or something like that when it comes to placement of it. But I think for the most part, it should fit all of them if you happen to have wanted to do any of them. But I did cut those pieces for the 5 blocks that I had chosen in my sample. So, because there are some in there that obviously I didn't choose. There's 7 other ones. So there are a couple of them in there that are more of like a fussy cut option. I don't know if you can all see that, but there's like this one here that has the circle, and there's this one here that has the oval that gives you an option for a fussy cut. So you can stick something in there that, you know, was appealing to you. But the first one I'm gonna do is gonna be the second design, which has all the little ornaments on it. So I'm gonna select that guy, set, and embroider. Okay. And the first step that it's going to do for you is it's going to do a crosshair stitch. To help you with some placement, I do need to thread the machine. It's probably a good idea. And I'm gonna figure out how to scoot this machine back just a little bit. Okay, yeah. There we go. Now y'all can see. Okay, thread. Woohoo! Welcome, welcome. Kind of like a how I was saying. Okay. Oh, it's looking at you now. Oh no, they quit. Never mind. All righty. So threading up just a neutral color. Gonna just stitch out the crosshairs on here to help with placement of the block. Good. So I'm sure you guys all had your hello from Patrick before he scooted you on over, doing things. Normally would. All right, I think you can all hear me now.
Mona says, I'm sorry, what size?
Okay, so because the blocks are a 12 by 12, I personally am just using the 10 and 5/8 square from the Solaris. However, the design is only like an 8 1/3 by 6.8, so you really could get away with like a 9.5-inch square. I like using the square because, you know, my fabric's a square, and for some reason that just makes the most amount of sense in my brain. But so you at least would probably need a 9-inch hoop. All right, so it's done the crosshairs. So all I've done, I'm not getting really too picky about it because we are going to trim this down. So I've just kind of folded in half, increased it really well, folded it in half the other way, just so I can get that point in the center. And then kind of like the whole Kimberbell crosshair thing, because I know you all are familiar with that. I'm just going to kind of line up the crease that I can see from one fold and the fold that I have. And then just open up my fabric that way. You can also use your projection if you have a machine capable of just projecting that, you know, that little T or whatever it is to give you your center point. And I've done that too. Okie dokie. Okay, so this is the other thing I did as for like preparation and stuff. It really isn't necessary because I did waste a lot of paper, but I printed out the stitch out instructions, but they're really cool because they give you like all of these teeny tiny little step-by-steps. It was really easy for me to like plan like my thread colors and everything like that. So a lot of it is kind of like my stitch out Bible here today. So but we're going to do, oh, okay. So the other thing that I need to explain is that it is not planned in the stitch outs for these to be applique necessarily. So it gave you a file with the design for you to have everything like pre-cut, whether you're using like a scan and cut or, you know, an SVG file or anything like that. So they don't already have it planned in there for like a placement line and then a trim and tack down line. So I am going to be doing stitches twice a lot in the very beginnings of each of these sweaters because they don't give me that. So that is just something I wanted to mention. All right, so I am going to do a placement line now for my sweater. And this sweater is the red felt sweater. So I have my piece here. You shouldn't have to cut anything in the embroidery or in the embellishment kit, except for when we get to the block that it's going to use the white glitter. That is just something that I would cut in half. And when we get to that, I will show you. So the other thing is that because we are doing things a little differently and we are kind of branching off from Baby Lock Club today, we don't exactly know what's going to happen when they end their class later. So I do want to just mention they think they'll be done around noon. So I'm going to plan for us to go on a lunch break around noon. And when we get to that point, there is a possibility that it will end our class. If that is the case, then we'll schedule a new class or whatever, send everybody the email so that we can get everybody back in from lunch. So just as a heads up on that. Okay, so as you might be able to see, I didn't really pick a color that stood out very well, but so that's my trim and tack down. So as you on here, it's automatically going to my next step. So I'm going to have to back it up in order to be able to tack down that fabric. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Sorry for all the wiggles. All right, so I'm going to tack this down now. All right, so because there's so much stitching on these designs, I am going to not trim it quite yet. I'm going to wait until we do the final like satin stitches for the outline of the sweaters. So I'm not going to trim yet, just in case it pulls that fabric in a little bit. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I put on a thread list up there if any of you guys were going along. But the next step is going to be the little ornament hangers, the little ribbon pieces or the chain pieces or whatever. So I'm going to do that in like a metallic gold color. This is Floriani's G3. Okay, so we'll stitch those out. Figured it'd be better to switch out the squeaky chair now before it drives me crazy. I think one of the cool things about this design is that it's not a lot of like trim and cutting, you know. It's one of those ones that you can like thread up, walk away for a little bit, come back. Like it's just for the most part, it's all just it's just thread changes. One of those things about using metallic thread, you guys. It either likes you or it doesn't. Considering how it looks up here, it does not like it. Sorry, guys. We were almost done too.
Hey, Mom, can you do me a favor? Yeah, you sold a soprano to Julie Trainer. And we do not have an address in our system for her. Could you call her and get an address so I can do her warranty for her?
Okay, gonna try that again. It keeps getting tangled up here at the top.
I'm trying to just be quiet because in this class. But the last name is Trayynor.
What is it doing?
You need a net?
Maybe.
Do you want me to tell you?
No. But I never did it before. It's the way it's coming off the spool. It keeps tangling up at the top. And I literally have like one more part left to do. I think I have it. No. Sometimes you just gotta do it yourself, you know? All right. I swear, it's like the last little piece. See, I told you, that was it. We were done. It was just this one little teeny tiny section. Okay. So now that I've done all of that work for that one tiny little section, I'm gonna pull that out. And I'm going to change to a cream color. That's going to stitch the detail on like the sleeves. And then there are some of the same color within the ornaments, and it's going to stitch that out here in just a second. All right. So not including the time for changing threads and all that jazz. This one block is like a 67-minute stitch out. So I will kind of, I guess, leave it up to you guys. There is going to be one more that I'm going to want to do just to show you guys like doing the glitter, because it does separate the sleeves from the body of the sweater. And I think as long as we do one of each, you might be able to just on your own at that point do it instead of having to sit here and watch me stitch all of that out. So I will give you guys that option. It'll probably be this block and then a block that we do when we come back from lunch, just because the stitch outs are so long. If you guys do want to sit and watch me do all of these, if you guys are stitching along or anything like that, I am more than happy to do that with you. But I will leave it up to you guys, just because there's not a whole lot going on. think a lot of the details that they have on these sweaters are so freaking cute. Is anybody stitching along to where we would want to, this block is over an hour. Is there anybody that's stitching along to where we would want to maybe slow the machine down just so you can do step by step with us? All right, Mona, once this stitch is done, it'll probably be a while, but once this is done, I'll slow it down for you. And that's okay, Kathy. It's one of the great parts about these classes being recorded. Oh, I told myself I was going to change this. So for store stock reasons, we were using a different type of bobbin with our machine. And because I'm using that like center pin, I don't know if you guys have seen that, for if you have that, it blocks the sensor that tells me that my bobbin thread's out. So instead of having to deal with that today, I'm just gonna stick in a normal pre-wound bobbin so that I don't have any more headaches. Because my bobbin did run out. All right, I'm gonna back myself up here a little bit. I'll do that again. Excuse me. Allergies lately.
This is not very handy then,
What?
the center.
Oh, I know. But the thing is that it's allowing us to, I think somebody might have done an oops order and they ordered the same or the different type of bobbin. It wasn't a typical class 15, which the BB locks use. and they ordered an L bobbin, which is a shorter shaft than the class 15. So using that center pin, you know, raises up that L class so that it's usable. So in that case, it is kind of usable, but yeah, not having the information to have it tell you that your bobbin's empty is a little bit of a pain in the neck. When does Lily start school? When I would spend my summers out here growing up, you know, it was all the like year round, most of the schools, you know, at least down in Douglas County. So, you know, my siblings would either be on break or whatever the case may be. You need a pre-wound one? Maybe not common. Pre-wound bobbin. I thought I gave Keith the two. But here. Funny when we have technical difficulties, but you're not at your store to fix it. Oh, no problem, Tracy. Hopefully your internet's better than what you got now. All right, going down the other sleeve. Yeah, we just recently did the whole like shopping around for like our phones. Currently have Verizon and was hearing some good things about like T-Mobile and stuff. When you're in the Bay Area, which is where I was living a year and a half ago, you really only have Verizon if you want good service. T-Mobile just isn't as always reliable out in the Bay Area. And so, and then coming out here, it's almost like the opposite. I feel like I don't have nearly as much service out here. All right, bye, Tracy. All right, coming to the end of this sleeve and then we'll change thread colors. For this one, I have a greenish blue. Don't really know how to describe it. Get her good light over here. Like a bluish green color. All right, I'm gonna knock down the speed here just a little bit for you. Is everybody needing a couple minutes to catch up or anything like that before we get going on the next stitch? All right, you let me know when you're ready.
Is Lynn in today? We don't have a Lynn. We don't. Patrick is teaching a class. He is, but he's leaving after the class. Let me grab a piece of paper so I can write down information. Okay, what is your name? Last name? Okay. I actually do. I no. Yeah. Similar, but not like that. Okay, and your phone number, Sydney. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's better than the other.
All right. So I've got that thread, the machine threaded up with that bluish green color. If you're following along with color numbers, this bluish green is an Isocord 5233. The cream that I had used was Isocord 0870. If any of you are wanting to use the same. So the next few color changes are going to be a lot of the detail that's going to be inside all of these ornaments. It's kind of cool to see how they stitch out and become what they are. All right, the next one is a red color, which is Isocord 1704. Next color is like this salmon-ish kind of pinky color. 1840 by Isocord. All of my threads are going to be Isocord except for that metallic one I used that was giving me fits earlier. So yeah, it's like this kind of pinkish. Spent a lot of time holding up spools of thread to the fabric. That ugly sweater fabric line. I was trying to kind of have it all coordinate with that fabric. Okay. How long have you been off already? All right. Got this vintage blue color here next. Color number 4752. I really like this color. I think I used it on my Home Sweet Home quilt, and I think I've used it like 5 times since then. So get that one threaded up here. All right. All right, going back to that cream color. I'm sure I said cream. I don't think I said green. Doing cream. Okay. There is this next one, doing a light pink color, like a pale pink, color 1860. Yeah. ones in your mouth. All right, going back to that blue-green color, 5233. Okay. Maybe if I can get it to go. All right, testing my luck here with this metallic thread again. Might have to put a net on it because it kept getting tangled up above.
the wood shop because I thought it was too much.
All right. There it goes. Yeah.
He has.
Okay. Hoping this works better. All right, so we got that gold metallic back in. It's supposed to be like that tight. Or
Is it too tight?
I think so.
Try that.
Yeah. Don't you guys love working with metallic thread? I know I do.
It's worth it. I think it's worth the hustle.
Seriously,
Hustle
it
and bustle
looks
is beautiful.
awesome. Especially if you're trying to go for a certain effect. Every time it trims itself, it breaks. Oh, that one didn't cut. Yes. No, but it wasn't enough. Isn't this fun, you guys? Have sex.
Hope I didn't speak too soon. Mona, you still following along okay? All right, if you need me to slow down at any point, you just holler. Not done right. All right. Wish I could say that's the last time we're using that, but I think there's one more time.
Did you see Mona's?
Yeah.
No.
That she's behind a little bit. Okay, yeah. Yep. So Mona, if you want me to pause it all, just let me know, okay? All right. So this next one is a really pretty, gosh, I wish you could see these colors better. Dark blue. Cuts color number 3353. I guess not necessarily you're doing all the colors that I'm doing. So. All right, we're putting that really pale pink back on. And this is going to be the last of our little decorative stitches for the ornaments. After this next color, we're going to trim the sweater around that perimeter stitch line and start working on the outside stitches. All right. So this is that really pink, pale pink, 1860.
All right. Trim some of these guys here. And then making sure I'm not cutting that background fabric. I'm just gonna cut away the excess felt. Okay. So once that's all trimmed away, put the hoop back on. And we're going to put back on the bluish greenish color. Okay, so now it's going to do the back collar of the sweater. Oops, sorry. So this stitch that it's doing is going to do the back collar of the sweater up here. I don't know if you can see my finger moving. And then the bottom band here at the base of the sweater. And these stitches are so cool with the way that they are stitched out, and it looks like it's got that like ribbing in it that like a sweater elastic band would have. It's so cool.
You do have to sweat it. You do have to place the stuff in. You do have to trim it. Choose the colors. There's a lot you have to do. It's a lot more than you think. And you can't leave it very long because whenever I walk away and do something, a book catches on something.
Cindy's teaching it.
Malfunctions.
Oh, no, but it's also, it's just be surprising. Nothing is there, and it's like they just marry you in one company, and then it's talking about it. The only good thing is the fact.
Welcome. We have some visitors here from California saying they watch us on live. That's exciting. Oh, crashing the party here.
I'm
huh?
crashing Cindy's party. How is everybody doing? Looks pretty ugly.
I like how you said it the other day. It's so ugly, it's cute, or it's so cute, it's ugly.
Looking good.
I like that. It's like looks exactly like how the ribbing
Ribbing,
of
yeah. Somebody put a
of
lot
a-
of thought into that.
I know. I can't imagine how much detail and time went into designing it. Like
Yep.
that's just crazy. Could you imagine? Yeah. I think it'll take, like riding a bicycle, Gotta do it a couple times. So it looks like there's about, since I slowed down the machine, about 30-ish minutes left, which should bring us just about noon. And I think we will pause for lunch after this sweater is complete. That way it'll also let us know if Baby Lock Club ending is going to affect our class at all. Okay, going to change to my red color. And we're gonna do all of the outside of the rest of the sweater. And this red color is not the same red that I used earlier. This is going to be color 1904. I think the other one was 1704. Oops. Okay. All right, you guys, almost done with this red. Going down one more side. All right, last color change. We're gonna do the cuffs on the sleeves and the front part of the collar. Yeah.
That way this person doesn't do that. And you still get two shirts, kind of awesome, she's wrong. Or she'd be two shirts.
Alrighty. Whoop. Okay, so this last stitch is about 8-ish minutes. So almost there. For the wife. Oh, there's that awesome sound. Okay, so the block is now complete. The only thing that you would want to do after this is taking it out of the hoop and then trimming it to a 10.5 inch square. which you can either, if you are able to find one, a ruler that is already a 10.5 inch dimension, or I still have the creases that I have in here from when I was using my placement. So that's kind of a good way to know that that's the middle of it. And then you can just do 5 1/4 and then 5 1/4, or 5 1/4 and 5 1/4 this way. A lot of it is honestly just eyeballing it, and which is for the most part what I had to do. So let me just trim it here really quick and then we can break for lunch. So lining it up on the crease that we had, but also trying to make it level sometimes isn't the easiest. So another thing that I can do, because I can sort of still see that crease, is making a mark on the fabric, because I can't really see it very well underneath the ruler. So if I line it up here, and then using 1 2 3 4 5 1/4 on those lines there, should make me pretty straight. Okay. And then just hack off this side here. 5 1/4. 1 2 3 4 5 1/4. Right? Measure twice and only cut once, right? Hopefully. Okay. And then we can hop over to this side and do 10.5. Hopefully that means I'm pretty accurate on my placements right here. Not too shabby. Yeah. And then for this way, I'm gonna kind of just do the same thing. Mark on my crease. Obviously, it's not probably any science to go by. 1 2 3 4 5 1/4. But it works. Okay, being able to line up the sides that I've already cut on the grid of the cutting mat is nice too, to be able to ensure that I'm straight. So let's say we want to take a picture of this and we can something that our specific size, or design size. Before we do that, make sure that we all right, this I want to just double check that I'm going to be in the right spot. So going to mark it and make sure I like how it looks. We have one. Okay. All right, so I feel like I'm above one side more than I am the other, so. So I've got 1 1/4 on this side and like 1 on this side, so. Okay. So I did just make sure that I kind of had the same amount that I'm cutting off from one side to the other side. So. Okay. All right. So I now have a 10.5 inch square. Okay. And we are done with this one. So let's go ahead and pause for lunch. I'm going to probably take about an hour because I do have to feed a kiddo at the same time. So let's see what time it is. All right, so it's about just shy of 12:15. So let's round back together at 1:15, okay? Everybody enjoy your lunch and we'll see you in a little while. I don't remember how, do I do the pausing up here?
Yeah, so you can just,
Okay.
yep. And then you have.
All right, you guys, I hope everybody had a good lunch break. Okay. So on to the another block. All right, so I think if we do this one here, if you guys are gonna copy and do the same blocks, this one will be fun. Okay, pardon all the jumbled mess I got in here. Okay, so I'm going to do the one with the Christmas lights now. So this is going to be one to where we're going to have to go back and forth in the stitches because there is no placement and then tack down. So we're going to have to keep copying stitches in order to do all of that. I did. I think I just do it now, Mona, out of habit. I've been doing some other stitch outs and I didn't even realize that I did 2 layers, to be honest. The first one that I did not have 2 layers. And it turned out just fine. But I think I've been just in a habit with some of the other projects that I've been doing of doing 2 layers. Totally not necessary. Okay. Okay, so we did the Christmas lights one here. Again, it's going to have us do the crosshairs and then we'll go into the rest of the sweater. So let me go grab my thread. which I was using for that other project. Okay. All right, and we're doing the crosshairs, which I just realized I probably should not have done in white. So the applique fabrics that we're going to be using are the cream with the white dots and the gold glitter. So if you want to get those situated. All right, and again, I'm just going to fold and crease my fabric to help us with that placement line. It's really, I think, just one of the quicker and easier ways, especially when you have something as easy as the crosshairs given to you, so that you're able to just line those up. But the little laser beam projector thingy works very well too. Okay. So just going to, and I'm sorry, I did white thread on top of white stabilizer, not the, I did this one inside out. Okay, again, it doesn't have to be like extremely precise because we are going to trim. So. Sorry if my arm gets in the way here. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a placement line for the body of the sweater. So it's not going to, and these ones are all going to be turned now. So just have a heads up. Okay. So again, I just wanted to show this to you. Because there is no placement and then trim and tack down, it's automatically going into the sleeve. So we are going to have to back it up in order to be able to give ourselves a tack down line for the body of the sweater. And we'll have to do the same thing for the sleeves. Okay. So. And the other thing that will be just a tad different this time around is that we're going to have to trim everything before the stitching, but there isn't quite as much stitching on it like this one as there was with the previous one. The previous one had a lot of stitches. There's about 10,000, I think, at least less on this one. All right, Amanda borrowed my scissors. Let me grab them real quick. Okay, so we're gonna trim this away and then we'll do the stitching for the placement line of our sleeves. So next stitch, we'll do the placement for the sleeves. If you are doing what I have in the kit, like if you purchased all of that, make sure you're peeling off that plastic from the glitter, or that is not meant to be stitched on. All right, and again, I'm gonna cover that up with the glitter, and then we're gonna back up a stitch in order to tack it down. I do believe that this is, no, there is a satin stitch, so I'm not going to change the thread color. I can still tack it down with this white. And then per Kimberbell's instructions for using the glitter, they recommend that you iron, their glitter down. I'm going to tell you that I actually did not do that. I didn't do it because not having an iron down kind of gives it like a puffy look, which kind of was cool because it made it actually look like a sleeve. It gave it some more dimension, and I really liked how that looked. So obviously, if you're one to follow directions, if you're a stickler for that, you are more than welcome to. But I just wanted to let you know that you won't see me doing that, because we like to be rebels here. So I'm going to trim around the sleeves here now. All righty. Got some kind of like dark thread or something stuck underneath my applique. That's not gonna bug me. Okay, so we're going to do the like the cable, the wires for the lights. I have a color I thought that, I don't know, went pretty well. 5374 with Isacord. So obviously if you didn't want to do a different fabric or different anything for the sleeves, you definitely could have, and you could have stitched all of that down probably like in succession, one right after the other. Alrighty. So we've got the yellow bulbs going first. That's gonna be color 0713.
Did you answer one question about 2 layers?
Yes. I did. All good.
Sorry, we don't.
Yummy. I'm so hungry. Go and eat. Okay, moving on to orange. I have color number 1030, which is I think is kind of funny because if you read that as a date, it's a day off from Halloween and it's an orange color. That's how mine works, you guys. That's how my mind works. Okay, do those. Then we have green. And I have color 5422. Nothing funky comes to mind with that number. All right, and then we have a blue, and I have color number 3600. Where did that go? There it goes. All right, so it's gonna skip the last set of lights, and it's going to do the satin around most of the shirt minus the collar, because it'll be a different color. And so I'm just going to do like a vanilla color, so it's color 0101. Okay. So you guys will probably get a kick out of this. Amanda and I look over, and my stepson and her daughter are, one, cleaning the bathroom, and two, now they're emptying out the garbage cans. Anybody else need some little minions to come over? Oh, knew it was gonna happen. New bottom time. All right, so this next stitch, in the design, when they sewed it out, the last set of their Christmas lights are the same color as the sleeves. This is not going to be the case in my situation. So I am going to, I think it stitches out the lights first, if I remember correctly, and then it's going to stitch into the sleeves. So I am going to have to stop it and change my thread color. So the lights, I'm doing red. It's going to be 1904. Okay. So as soon as it's done with the lights, I'm going to change that thread color. All right, so I stopped it there. And I'm going to put my gold metallic back on. Stuff loves me, I can tell. All right. Okay, so now it's going to do the satin stitch on the sleeves, the collar, and the bottom band of the sweater. Doing a class. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, online. Telling you, this stuff loves me. And of course, I didn't have any of these problems when I stitched it out on my own.
this thread.
my trimming doesn't look like it got that close, so I'm gonna just go back over it really quick. All right, there we go. So close, you guys, so close. Lily. Lily. Lily, can you turn it down, please?
Okay.
I'll set it up, but probably gonna. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, guys. Be here until tomorrow.
We're just gonna walk. Good stuff. These are some different okay. So this is for serger. This is a really heavy thread, so that's not gonna work. So this is going to be.
Actually, it might be over there. 0101. Wow, guys, I seriously thought that was never going to end. I thought that was never going to end. So, gonna just trim all of my little tails here. Okay. Very last step is the little white accent pieces, the little reflection pieces from on these little light bulb guys. So it is about 2:45. I don't know if we would be able to squeeze another block in. What would you guys like to do? I don't mind staying over. A lot of it is just the same. We can go over each of the 3 blocks that are left, in case there's anything that I need to let you know. I don't think so, but technique wise or anything like that. Kind of go over the homework. We can go over the fabric again. That's in the kit if you want to, or what your fabric requirements would be for your own fabrics and things like that. Or we can start another block and keep on going. Oh, I took them back. No. All right, Mona, we'll do another block for you. Make it a hard one. She's like, without the metallics, please. Okay. So this one now is done. So you would need to just do the same thing that we did with the first one and just trim it. Actually, this one I think we'll go over the trimming again, just because this one threw me off. So let's do that really quick. All right. So here is what threw me off, is that the center of our square is over here, but the center of our like top of our neck of our sweater is like over here. So it's like a 1/2 inch off. And for some reason, my brain just would not compute that. So just remember that the center of everything is going to be from this side of the sweater to this side, and not necessarily always the body of the sweater, which is what I wanted it to be, but obviously that wasn't the case. So and nobody wants to stitch all of that out again. I'm going to do what I did before, and I'm going to use my crease. And then I'll be able to use that as a measurement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a quarter. Whoops, sorry. And then flip around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quarter. Okay. Test out that line. Test out that line.
All right. All right, so then we have this one here at a 10.5. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna come over here. I think we're gonna do the gingerbread one, Mona. Okay, so that'll be the blue fabric, white glitter. Okay. Let me go grab my my other block here.
They called me one, called again, struggle. Said. So. But he did a really good. So it doesn't happen. It's the way this.
All right, Mona, sorry, I thought I had another block prepared.
All right, my dear. Okay, so like I said, I think we're gonna do the gingerbread one. And I'm gonna pull that one up.
Everything I talk.
Okay. Which is actually number 12. Okay. And we're going to stitch down the crosshair again. Just gonna leave my white thread in to do that. Okay. And like last time, I'm gonna use my folds to help with the placement in here. Okay. I'm gonna do that again because I think I shifted either that or I can't fold straight. All right. Go, and there we go. So we'll do a placement line for our body fabric. I grabbed the felt, not the fabric. Okay. My piece is going to be a lot bigger than what you need because I'm just trying to use my leftover scraps from when I was trying to figure all this out. So I'm going to back up so I can tack it down now. Oops, not back up. There we go. And I'm going to trim that now once I get my scissors back from Random. All right. So just gonna trim this away here. Okay. Then we'll do the placement line for the sleeves here. Turn you back around. Okay. So in the kit, if you happen to have done that, I gave you one strip of the white glitter. You're going to need to cut that in half. So you have 2 square-ish pieces, okay? Because I couldn't make the size work. So just note that, and you'll have to, hold one down and all that jazz. Okay, so essentially you have a piece like this. It should be about 4.5 by 7.5. And I'm just going to fold mine in half and cut here. No, I just cut that for myself wrong. Let me cut one more piece. Okay. So I'm gonna do one sleeve here at a time. Okay. And back this up so I can tack these down now. Okay. Really make sure I'm covering all of this that I need. And again, going against Kimberly's rules, and I'm not going to iron this down just because I like the puffy look of it. Okay, and I'm gonna pause the machine on this side so I can lay down this side. Okay, slide this guy in. All right, so now I'm going to trim those. again. Perfect. Anna, do you see my yellow one? I had it.
Your yellow bag.
My yellow bag. Guys, I'm going crazy.
Yeah, I used it this morning.
Okay. Hmm. I'm pretty sure it was yellow. No, because it has all my other threads in it. See how my life is? Okay. Well, apparently I put it on the register.
We found it.
Because that makes sense. Fine. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna wing these. I am missing a bag of threads. So what I'm gonna do is gonna go over here to our lovely little thread section and try and pick out colors. We have no brown. Okay, next thread section. Okay, I think I have the rest of these colors. I think I was just missing the brown. Okay. It's weird. I don't know where it went. So originally this color was Isocord 1133, but I'm doing a quick replacement here. Okay. I don't think so. I didn't use brown, but it's the only one that I'm missing. Okay, so we're gonna do the brown for our little ginger peoples. You would have had to like steal it from my bag. So I hope not. Okay, but we got it. We're good. Okay.
Some very thoroughly cooked gingerbread peoples.
All right. Then we're gonna do the little icing pieces. Okay.
How are you? I'm good, thank you. I am trying to take care of the registration on your machine. But for some reason, your address has been changed to match that of the Thornton location. So I wanted to, I know, but I don't think.
All right. So the little icing pieces.
Do you mind giving me? Let's hang out. Let's do one. Well, I can try and help you with that. Mhm. Let me.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't see where it wouldn't work.
Okay. It's going to do the back collar, which I have chosen to actually leave this white color. So I'm going to stitch that part out. All right, so here it's going to do some of this like detail on the sweater. On the blue part, I am going to do the white thread, but when it goes to the sleeves, I'm going to do blue. So I'm going to change it at some point when it gets there. One of those times I have to really pay attention. All right, coming up to where I'm gonna have to change thread colors here.
Or if you weren't interested in the then it with me so that way you don't have to focus.
All right, so gonna change the color 3353
Right, because not everybody wants it.
and do this
So
little
that way
decorative
to be able to
stitch
give everybody-
on the sleeves here.
Right, like if you want to do a flag that you didn't want to, thought you didn't want to see the value of that. concept. Right. And then the 9.5 by 9.5 is 190. There's the 10 and 5/8. I think that's pretty close to it. That's 149.
Okay, so now we're going to do the stitching for the shoulders and the sides of the sweater. I'm going to leave mine in this dark blue.
Pushing the automatic feature buttons. So if you want to do it by your feet on the foot control rather than doing it on the machine, that's preference. The monster snacks. They're really nice. Mhm. right now. Yes, I'm taking care of it for you.
He's like, do you even know what it means? Okay, so it's gonna do the little bows, and it has the bows being the same color, but of course I like to make things an extra step difficult. So I am going to put on this light blue color to do the boy bow. And then I'm going to skip after the girl bow because in the same machine step number, it does the bottom band down here of the sweater. So instead of having to change the thread an extra time, I'm just gonna go back afterwards and put in the girl bow. Okay, so I'm just going to so I just click through my stitches a few times in order to find where it started the bottom of the sweater again. after you sandwich. Tuck that down and then trim. Okay, so we are actually gonna go back so I can do this pink bow here. So. Okay. Gonna put this pink on that we used in that first block, 1840. Do this bow real quick, and then we're gonna put white thread back on. Okay. All right, advance it the next step. Oh.
Come here.
All right, putting white on.
Miles.
I go back and play outside. All right, so we're gonna do this stitching to complete the rest of the collar and down the middle of the sweater. Thread message. All right. Okay, I'm gonna leave white on and I'm gonna do the satin around the sleeves here.
Have fun.
Mhm. Sure it's not that one, is it?
Yes, please. Yeah, I can. I'm there so early in the morning. No, you can't.
Or anyone else.
Alrighty, so now we're gonna change to the same color that's on the bottom of the sweater.
Ooh, you have a red, fluffy keto marshmallows.
Oh, I'm like, a what?
Fluffy keto marshmallows.
So
Mm,
Miles and I tried to make s'mores in the air fryer the other night.
how did that go?
Um, it would have been great, I think, except for they don't get like toasty. So you know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those people that likes to burn my
Yep.
marshmallow or whatever, but they got a little brown. However, it didn't really like stay on the graham cracker because it just blows so much air that all you hear in there is something like, you know, like banging around in the basket. So if I could have found a way to fix that, then that would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Otherwise, because I just put a graham cracker and then the marshmallow on top, and then didn't do the chocolate or the other graham cracker until we took it out. But man, if you had let it sit for like not even 2 minutes, that first piece of chocolate that I put on there, because I like made them as I took them out, that first piece of chocolate was melted. Like so melted. And it tasted good. I mean, it tasted like a normal s'more, but it just didn't have that like caramelization from having the marshmallow on the fire. I guess if you want like a s'more, but it's like raining outside, I guess it's doable. Which, you know, here in Colorado, it could rain at any time. All right, so we're gonna do these cuffs here on the sleeves, some buttons, and then we're gonna change to black or whatever color I guess you want to do the eyeballs for the ginger people, and we will be done for today. Mona, I think you are a rock star for hanging in there with me if you're still around. Okay.
This is Amanda. Hello, Michelle.
at 24%. Okay, change into the last color, which is black. And we'll do their eyes and we'll be done. So while that's stitching out, this sweater happens to be symmetrical. So squaring or trimming that block down to the 10.5 inch is a lot easier than the previous one. Let's go through these last two blocks here that we have left. Okay, so this one here, same kind of technique as we did before and we just did. There's the body of the sweater and then the sleeves are applique. Oops, sorry. And then this one here is more like the first one we did, where it is all the same piece of fabric and the rest is just stitching. There is no additional applique piece. So the homework will be to complete those and kind of have everything prepped for tomorrow or next week. So we'll have 4 blocks of the ugly sweater. I have mine prepped the same way that I had the white. So they do have ultra soft on the back. Same thing for my sashing and my cornerstones. I don't think the cornerstones. Nope, yep, they do. So everything and the borders all have ultra soft on the back. For me, I like to be able to have the same feeling all the way across my quilt top instead of just on the embroidery blocks. So that is all I'm going to do for those. The cutting instructions are online. We did go over that at the beginning of class today also. And then you'll have to have your binding cut. Again, that's 5 strips of, you can go up to 2.5 inches for what I cut for the kit.
But if you want to do like 2 1/4 or whatever, you are more than welcome to. When it comes to backing, that is not in the kit. There was just too many options to do it. Plus the size of the quilt either meant piecing your backing together, or I have here 2 options of 108 wide fabric that we can do as well. So this one here is that like gray linen from Kimberbell, and then I also have the black with the small white polka dots. That will just ensure that the backing piece is all one piece if you don't want to have a seam on the back. If you want to do that, then I'm going to cut them at 1.5 yards, and then on the fold, so it'll be plenty of fabric. If you're not going to do a wide fabric, or you're wanting to pick your own, or whatever the case may be, you're going to need like 3.5 yards, and then to have it pieced. So that part I am leaving up to you. If you want to do the 108, just let me know, call the store, and I would be happy to get that for you. And if that is it, I think we are finished. All right, you guys. Well, thank you for joining. Thanks for hanging in there, Mona, especially. And we'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Bye.
Oh. Yep, next Tuesday.